We're live. All right. Hello. Welcome. Today we're going to finish this, right? Or well, yeah, I'm going to finish this today. Today, this whole thing is due. It's Friday. It's due Friday. But I do want to have it ready before tomorrow, at least everything except for the level design. The good news is that there's only a couple of things that need to be done before that is done, before that is a thing that I can just wholeheartedly focus myself on, right? The bad news is that some of those can be a bit complicated. So let's not waste time then and just do that. It says here that I'm currently working on the sound system. I'm not. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is fixing the sounds. If you remember last stream, I had an issue where like the sounds, they worked, but when you play more than one of the little chimes at the same time, they clip really badly. That's because they're too loud. So we need to normalize them to be a lower audio level. That should be really easy to fix. I'm gonna see if I can do it through Unity. And if I can't, then I will do it through I'm gonna just do it through whatchamacallit. I'm gonna just do it through Audacity. So let's start. So that's what we're gonna be starting with. Shouldn't take a lot of effort, so this is going to be just to warm myself up, and this time for real. This time I'm not going to stay stuck on this for 3 hours. Okay, so what I want to double check is that this sound effects, the thing, so who is it that plays these sounds? It should be the note picker, right? So the note picker is playing these sounds by sending them to the sound effects manager instance and telling it to play an SFX. So I'm going to take that sound effects manager and I'm going to have it let's look where that is. So this is this sound effects manager, right? The issue is that this is playing all the sound effects through this singular audio source, right? So that actually means that it's always going to, if I can't just lower the volume from here, because that'll also lower the volume of the drum beats, which I don't want. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have the play SFX functions receive an extra value, that's a float. right? And this float is going to be volume, right? So if they receive nothing, then it's going to just be equal to 1f, but otherwise it's going to be um, whatever is sent. And then what you're going to do is set the audio source's volume to that volume before playing, right? I think this is valid code. I'm not sure if this is a thing that C# lets you do. If not, we're gonna have to play around with it a little bit. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's doing the thing again where it's taking... Nope. There it is. Okay. Good. It wouldn't have been an issue. I would have just had to reset Unity, but I would have taken it to be a bad omen if I would have had to so early on. Okay, so that seems to be valid code, but the question is whether it'll do what I want it to do. Let's just assume that it does and say that when you play one of these, I want you to play them at, say, 0.8 volume. We're gonna test it out. Actually, let's just make it 0. That way we can test for sure, right? Because we'll know for sure whether it's playing if it just doesn't sound at all, doesn't make any noise at all, and the drums do, right? So, let's mute the stream background music and... Oh, yeah, that's an issue. Yeah, okay, so that does work, and I know that the code does what I want it to do, but it is not going to work because they're all being played from the audio source. So if there's one mid-play, it'll just lower the volume for the ones that are playing. Okay, so then that solution is not going to work. Then let's do the other solution, the one where I go into Audacity and just edit the audio files, right? So it's a bit of a more of a brute force solution, but we can just do that. This is going to be a pain in the ass. So what we do here is we're going to go into our folder. It is here, and then I'm going to go into here and into here. And so the drums were fine. I know that the drums are fine. So these are all the high notes. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all of them. We're going to normalize them to minus, let's say -3, right? And then we're going to export multiple. We're going to export all of these to my resources folder, my audio folder. We're gonna have the highs folder. Yep, this is the one. And then we're going to take all of this, all of the original files, and we're going to delete them. We're going to export. And then we want to do the same for the low tones. these are kind of overdriven, that makes it more important that these are. So we're going to normalize them to the same amount, so to -3. And then we're going to export multiple. And instead of highs, we're going to export them to the loads folder. And then we're going to open our Unity folder. By the way, I can't hear myself now, right? Because basically because I couldn't be bothered to output my audio, to split my audio, so I can't output it to myself without creating an echo when I turn up desktop audio. And I do want to turn on desktop audio so that I can show you how this sounds. So that means that I can't check if my microphone just glitches out or something. So, you know, if that happens, I would appreciate it if I was told in chat. Thank you. When and if there's anybody there, right? Right, so we want to go to our Unity folder, we want to go to the audio assets folder, we're gonna go to, no, not create, we're gonna go show in Explorer. So here's all these files, and here's all these files, and we basically just want to replace them with the ones that correspond. So highs is going to have highs, and it's going to have all of these. Replace them, and then I don't want to lose them in the left folder. Armadillo Rogue, excellent timing. All right. So I take it you mean because I said when and if there's anybody there and you just showed up. Welcome. So I want to take all the... Yes, sir. Yay. Amazing. Okay, so I want to replace the files in destination. Yep, that works. Okay. And so now the audio shouldn't be peaking. The fact that you knew what I said means that my microphone is not currently glitching, so that's good. It does that sometimes. It's an old one. Just replacing the files should mean that none of these references are lost. Yep, none of them. So then we can just... So then we can mute the audio, mute the music, and we can see if the thing works. One said, yep. Okay, so the issue is that when there's more than one playing at the same time, they would peak the audio, right? So now let's just kind of spam it. Well, it's better than it was before, but I wouldn't call it good. But I think... I think I'm happy with it anyways. Okay, so that works. We just have to fix that victory screen because that just sounds odd. I don't see any reason for it to be that way. So, here's what I'm thinking. So the way that it works is that it's just sending random notes, right? And I don't necessarily want that. I think I would like it to play me like a chord, right? And I can just make the audio file for that here easily, and just set that as a sound effect, and then I don't have to bother with the randomness of it, right? It was good for the gameplay, but not really good for that little victory screen. We're gonna try to do this really simply because I have other things that I want to focus on, and like I said before, this thing is due for Friday. So let's just be really simple, just the chord that I already outlined. We're gonna just put it here, mix it, and then it's gonna be done. So my files are here, here. Is this your first game you've made? No, actually, I've made several. Well, several, 6, 7, but they're all kind of small projects, except for Prime Cut. Prime Cut is the one that took me like a year. This is for school, right? Like I'm in a school, just some art school, and video game design course. So that's why I'm talking about due dates, right? But yeah, no, I have several. If you scroll down a little bit on Twitch, there should be a link to my itch.io page where I have I've made, let's see, how many have I made? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've made 9, but they're not all there. I think there's a couple that I haven't uploaded because, well, frankly, because I got lazy, right? But some of the ones are there. If you're gonna just try one at random, I'd recommend the one that's called Possible. That's the one that I'm most proud of right now. Okay, so I want like a little chord, right? So this is the tonic chord, right? The chord built upon the triad of the tonic. So this is what we want for resolution, but we gotta check whether we're on the first inversion or on the second one. So then I can pull the other 2 files, right? The other 3 files. But let's give this also the bass note so that, you know, it has more depth to it. Which, if I'm using tonic 1, then it should be this one, I think. Okay, so that's good. So I'm gonna take all of this. I'm gonna pulse stretch it. There's removal delay, reverb. Where's the pulse stretch? Pitch and tempo, right? Yeah, pulse stretch. I'm gonna pulse stretch it. You plan on making a career? Are you planning on making a career out of game dev? That would be ideal. Yeah, that's why I'm spending money to be in an art school, right? But I don't know. It depends. I mean, I'll have to see how viable that ends up being, right? For me, valid. Yeah. I mean, because they aren't teaching me anything that I couldn't have learned by myself on the internet. It's just that if I had tried to learn it myself on the internet, probably would have taken me like 10 times as long, right? But it's definitely not necessary for this kind of thing, right? In any case, more than it being about, hold on, give me a second. I think this works, actually. Well, if you want, I would like to ask if you want to be in a Discord that's willing to play test games for you. To be honest, not really. It's just, I don't think that I need that, right? Like, you can just upload them to Twitch and people will play them, and you know, I have people to play test. It's not a necessity for me. However, you know, like, I don't mind if you want to just grab my games and put them there. No worries, man. Just figure it out. Yeah, no worries. It's fine. It's fine. Like, you know, I say that I don't want to be in the Discord, but like, if you were to grab my games and put them there, just you want to have them there, I wouldn't mind, right? Just obviously, you're really doing me a favor. But no, I'm not gonna be bothered to just join a Discord purely for that, right? Let's see. Okay, so I actually think I like this, just the way it sounds. I thought I was going to have to fiddle with it more than just pulse stretch it, but no, actually this sounds alright. Okay, this might be a bit of a sudden beginning to it though, so let's try to see if we can fix that. maybe we could have it so that it fades in, but it will have to be for a really short time. So like, actually let's make these smaller. Like this, let's just... Oh, you can't select when it's small? You can't just grab it like that because it's too small. That's weird. Restaurant you could. Okay, so we can... Yeah, you can do it when it's a bit bigger. Okay, so we can certainly do that. I'm actually looking for a game dev for my Discord. I'm trying to build a multi-purpose server that helps everybody out, and this is easily the hardest area to recruit. Yeah, you're probably gonna have trouble there. The issue is that most people want to get paid, right? But yeah. Let's see. I want to fade in, right? So fading, fade in, and that might make it a bit softer. Yeah. That's probably good enough. So let's export this, just the whole thing as one OG file. And then lows, and we're gonna put this in chord. So chord 1. Yeah, well, if all works out like I plan, I'm hoping to be able to pay all mods and admins in the server after it gets more traction. Yeah, man, I hope it goes well. We'll wish you success with that. Let's see, so I want the high notes for the second tonic chord because I wanna have two variations, right? So that it's not all samey. And then we're gonna grab the bass note from that as well. And we're gonna do the exact same process, right? So we're gonna... If you're still okay with it, I'd be happy to drop your games in for everyone to check out. Yeah, for sure, man. It's just, I mean, no need to ask, really. You're doing me a favor at that rate, right? Pulse stretch, yeah, this is what I want. So apply. Just same variables, not change anything. It's still your intellectual property. I mean, yeah, but like I upload them so that people play them, right? If I didn't want people, if I wanted to be really picky about who gets to play them, then I would just, I wouldn't share them on itch for everybody to download, you know? Fade in, and then, no, let me the whole thing. Yeah, this is good. This is good. So then we're gonna export this as an OGG, and this one's going to be called chord 2. And yes, save it. No, don't save it. I don't want to save the project. Okay, so that should be good enough. And then we're gonna go back into Unity. We're gonna go into the Unity folder. We're gonna show you Explorer. Do the whole importing thing again. Go to these two chords. Put them here. Then go back to Unity. They're here. Okay. So, Jesus Christ, why is it so blown? I think I know why it's so blown out. For real, why is it so fucking blown out? Okay. I think I know how to fix it though. I think the issue is that I didn't normalize this one. So Unity stuff, resources, audio, we're gonna want those. Oops, I moved them without meaning to. We're gonna take these two, show them in Explorer. I'm gonna take these two chords. I'm gonna put them in Audacity. Yeah. Everywhere where they're touching the edges, that's where it's peaking, right? And I forgot to prevent that from happening. We're gonna take this, we're gonna effect volume compression, normalize. The problem is that Audacity does too good of a job of, or rather, the oh, this is why I dropped you a follow to help support you, man. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, this is the issue. I had it at playback level 76%, which meant that when the audio peaked, it wasn't actually peaking my headphones, so I couldn't notice it, right? But then when it exports, it's just at 100 volume. Yeah, that's an issue. That sounds like shit. We can't do that. Yep, because the audio's already been cut out just by the mix. So what we need to do is do that before we export it. So that's a bunch of just lost progress, isn't it? That's fine, it's easy to fix. We can go to Unity, to my folder with the audio, to the highs, and we're gonna grab the tonic notes, these right here. Yeah, you can hear how they peak now. So now we're going to grab the bass notes. Bass, tonic. So these are tonic 1, so 1 tonic 1. And then we're going to grab all of these, we're going to normalize them, but we're going to normalize them to like a ridiculously low level. We're going to make it like -10, right? Another tiny. But that means that when I mix them, they're not going to be tiny, they're going to be normal. So I'm going to just mix all the tracks to a new track. And now I have this. And now this is what I'm going to pulse stretch. But before I... Yeah, this is what I'm going to pulse stretch. So, pitch and tempo pulse stretch. Yes. And then I'm going to normalize it to -3 this time. So it doesn't peak anymore, right? So then we're going to export this again as chord 1. Yes. Alright, so then let's go to the second tonic. No, these are the lows. I want only the bass on the low. And then the root of the chord, rather. Just music nerd terminology. Okay, so I take this, then I normalize it. We're gonna do the exact same process. I forgot to fade in at the beginning of the audio. Okay. Okay, you know what? We'll see if it works without it. Maybe we don't need to do that, actually. We're going to normalize these to -10 so that they're farther away from the edges. We're going to mix all the tracks. We are going to take this new track and pulse stretch it. Pulse stretch here. And we're going to normalize it to -3. Like that. And then we're going to export it as chord 2, right? So we have chord 2, yes, to replace it. Now we have those two chords and we can put them back into Unity. So this is the folder. I'm going to take these two chord files and replace them. Yes, to replace it. Here. Okay. So now right. So I did change some settings here that I probably shouldn't have. So let's just put this back to 4-bis. Okay, so now the idea is that I want these to play when that next level sequence gets activated, right? So it is here, is this one. So let's just get rid of these, just all of these signals. We don't need so many. Oh my god, Unity, this is really bad. Come on, like, look at this, right? This is what this looks when it's not selective, and this is what it looks like when it is selective. Can you tell the difference? Because I can't. Well, I can, but barely. Like, come on, man. Just make them a different color. Such a fucking mess. Okay, so now these are triggering the signal receiver of who? Of him. So of you. The signal receiver is playing what? No, that's not who. Next. Yeah, where is it? It's next level. It's the signal receiver. Yeah, it's this signal receiver. Okay. So this signal receiver is telling some script. Yeah, the SFX system is telling the SFX system's note picker to play a random note. Which is well and good, except I don't want it to play a random note now. I want it to play a chord, right? So let's do that. Public void play chord, and it's going to. So how it's going to work is it is going to check whether we are currently in the first inversion or in the other inversion. So switch current inversion. This is music theory nerd shit. Current inversion. And in the case that that inversion is inversion point first, then you're going to do one thing. Otherwise, you're going to do something else. Inversion point other. You're going to do something else, and these two require a break to finish their statement. So what I want you to do in each of these cases is you're going to have two chords. So we're going to give you two variables that are public, what would it be? Public chord, audio clip, first chord, and just to match the name of the inversions, we're going to call it audio clip other chord. Other chord, right? And so this is just extremely easy. We're going to grab the sound effects manager instance, and we're going to tell it play either first chord or other chord, depending on whether we're in first inversion or in other inversion. And so what that's going to do is that when we go back to Unity, the note picker now is going to be asking us for two audio clips, and we can just give it those two chords that we made. So resources, audio, right? Effect system, yep. The one chord and the two chord. And so that should make it so that these two signals from the sequence thing are going to probably do what I want them to do. Hopefully. Now it's probably not going to be on beat, but honestly, for a thing with such a random noise sort of feel, it probably doesn't matter much. Right. Yeah. So I know what happened. The issue is that I made a function that plays a chord, but then I never called it, right? Because the sound effect, the signal that it receives is still just playing a random note. So we're gonna take this and we're gonna try to play a chord instead. Can you even hear the game? Yeah, you can. Okay. Okay, so I think that works. However, just as I thought, the sound is a bit sudden. So we're gonna give it a bit of a fade in. Also, since I'm no longer relying on that, on the game over screen being present in order to decide what note to play, in order to outline the chords, that means that I can take the next level option and just tell it to play the chord really early, like right here, right? And so just as soon as you step into the flag, it is going to do what I want it to do. Yeah, okay. I do want to modify the sound effects a little bit more. The little notes, so that they don't clip as hard. Now that I know what the issue was. Yeah, okay. So, here's what we're going to do. We are going to go back into Audacity, and we're going to grab these two chords. But a pain in the ass just because I forgot to do the thing earlier, right? Okay, so first of all, they're playing for way longer than they need to be, so there's no reason not to just cut this, right? If nothing else, just for the sake of memory. Then we are going to take these two, the very beginning, and we're going to, how short would be too short? Something like this, and we're going to fade in. Yep. And then we're going to export both of these, but we have to make sure that they export separately. So, yeah, using label and track name, yep, do that. For 1-2 and 2-2, yep, that makes sense. We already had one of those present. So we're going to change the name. So delete the original because we don't need it anymore. Change the name to match. Yep. And then we're going to load all the original sound effects. So the ones for the high notes are all these. Oh god, they really peak, huh? Yeah, the thing is, one of them doesn't, right? But they're going to be playing 2 at a time. So let's just take all of these and we're going to normalize them to, instead of -3, let's make like -8, right? Okay. What about 2 of them? Really? So yeah, 2 of them. Okay. So yeah. So that works. So -8 absolutely works. What about 3? It shouldn't happen with 3, but let's... Yeah, there's no situation where 3 of them are going to sound at the same time, but however, it's good to make sure. So then we're going to just solo you and then unsolo you. And we're going to... Let's truncate the silence. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do that. Analyze, probably. Volume, fading, pitch and tempo. Special truncate silence. Yep, okay, so that we get much shorter files, and we're going to export multiple. Use label and track name, yeah, do that. Delete the previous ones because we don't want them anymore. And then do the same for the low note. How many tracks is that again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, that works, that works. Okay, so we're going to take all of these. We're going to normalize to -8, yep, just like that. Then we're going to truncate silence. Then we're going to just check. That's still, but if it's 2 of them, doesn't. Good. Okay, so we are going to... That felt close though. Yeah, that works. That's fine. So we're going to just export all of these, export multiple, and do the same thing, but don't put it in highs, put it in lows. And then export. No, you have to export all of them, not just the ones that are unmuted, please. Yep, there you go. Okay. So... Oh, there's a thing I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. God damn it, I keep exporting things and then realizing that I've forgotten stuff. I want to take all of these. And on top of all that, I want to give them some reverb. So let's just add some reverb. Let's do just church hall. No, that's way too much. Let's do lunchroom. Small. Actually, that didn't seem to make much of a difference. Let's do reverb again. Volume bridge fading, EQ filter, measurable repair. Reverb. Let's do like a large room. What about this? Yeah, I think that sounds more natural, right? So then let's just export it all again. Delete what was already there. No, export all. What? Oh, we did export them all. That's weird. Hi Ness. Okay, so now we go back into Unity and we import all of those audio assets. So show this in Explorer, and I want to take all of these nodes and I want to replace them. Hold on. Copy and paste. No. Take all of these, copy them, and then paste them. Replace. So go here, take all of these, copy them, go here, replace them. And then that should give us what I want, which is just the sounds just having more reverb and also just sounding nicer. Like they're not gonna clip so much because they're lower volume now. I forgot to replace the chord files, yep. Because those are the ones that don't have the fade in. That's fine, because I have them right here, so I can just delete these two. Yes. And then, actually, does it make a difference if I delete them from within Unity? Like, does that break the references? That would be disheartening to hear. No, it doesn't. Okay, good. So let's see how that sounds now. And if this sounds good, or good enough at the very least, then I am going to call this done with the sound effects. Yeah, I like that. I super like that. That's great. Okay, so victory fanfare, we're done with the sound effects. So what do we do next? The other thing that I want to do is pause menu, and we're gonna keep that extremely simple. So currently, pause menu. The good thing is that we can just make that with the assets that we already have. So this is what is going to happen. We're going to create a new canvas. Yeah, this thing is just full of canvases. We're going to create a new canvas, UI canvas, here. This is going to be the pause menu. And so this is going to start disabled, and it is going to have, let's just give it an image so that we can have it visible, right? So just give it a blank image. It's just going to be, when it's active, there's a box, right? And so we're going to need a script that is for it. And this script is going to be in charge of controlling this pause menu's visibility. So script, I have the other keyboard on, pause menu. And we're going to turn on our background music again. Yep. Pause menu. Okay, so Now this script is going to be really simple. It's just going to be in charge of whether the pause menu is open. So first it's going to need a reference to the pause menu itself. This cannot be contained within the pause menu because then that's going to make it so that it won't run when the pause menu is inactive, and then that's going to mean that I can't open it. So there's going to be another game object that's going to hold it, probably the camera, because that one's always on. So first it's going to need a reference to the pause menu. To be public, because I want to set it from the inspector. And then we're going to need to know whether... Right, so the idea is going to need a key, right? A key that you press and you open the pause menu. Public key code menu key. Right? So you press the key, the menu opens, you press it again, the menu closes. It's going to need a variable to keep track whether the menu is open or closed. Actually, will it? It probably wouldn't. Let's just do it anyway, just to be safe. There you go. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. You press the key and the menu opens. You press it again, the menu closes. There's also going to be a button for you to click because we want this to be very mouse only. So when you click it, menu closes, gameplay resumes. So you should be able to open the pause menu during gameplay, but you shouldn't be able to open it during the menu. How do we know whether we're in gameplay or in the main menu? Is whether there is a script level generator instance. If that one exists, then that means that there is a level, which means that we're in play. So public, no, not public. So on the update function, you are going to check for the input. Right, so first thing, you're going to check whether the script level generator instance exists. If it doesn't, we're on the main menu, so you shouldn't be able to pause, so just return. If it does exist, then we can move ahead. So then the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to check whether the pause key has been pressed this frame. And if it has, then you're going to switch the state of paused. So if it was true, you make it false. If it was false, you make it true. That means that if you paused, then it resumes. If you were playing, then it pauses. Then you're going to open or close the menu depending on whether we're pausing or not. So if paused, no, pause menu point set active paused. And so yeah, you're going to set the active state of the pause menu to the true or false value that paused just acquired. So if we just paused, this is going to be true, so you're going to set it active to true, which means that the pause menu is going to appear. We probably also should make sure that the scheduler panel doesn't receive any more inputs. So yeah, well, we're gonna handle that later because I'm gonna need that for another function that I'm going to be implementing. So I want to do those two things together. You know I'm drinking water when my avatar just sort of looks up and its left eye closes because the way I'm holding my water bowl, right? The the way I hold it, it just, and I always do this, right? It's not on purpose. The way I hold it, the bottle covers my eye, so the facial tracking thinks that I've closed it, right? So like if you see me do this, if you see me do that, it's because I'm drinking water. Um, so let's see. So okay, so now we're going to need within the systems, we're going to need a just an empty game object whose whole reason to be is to pause the game. So we're going to go to our scripts and our pause menu. We give it this and we tell it, hey, the menu key is going to be escape and the pause menu is going to be this. And so it should let me pause when I'm during the game, but it shouldn't let me pause when I'm at the main menu. So I press the escape key, nothing happens. But here it pauses. Of course, it's not actually pausing because I can still move, but that's the thing that we're going to do now. So, two things should happen when you pause. Since this game doesn't really do like timed things, we can let the game keep running and nothing's going to happen. But we have to make sure that the gameplay things do not actually happen. So the scheduler should not send any more commands, and the input manager should not send any more input, should not receive any more inputs. So those two things, the input manager being able to block its own inputs can be done by just switching this variable, right? So that's easy. We can just go here and go well, first we'll have to check if the script scheduler, if the script input manager input, what is it called actually? It's the input, mouse input receiver. If the script mouse input receiver exists, it should exist at all times, but it's good to be sure, right? So if it exists, then we're going to go to it. We're going to go to its instance because the class always exists, right? But whether there's an instance of it is what we're checking. We're going to go to its instance and we're going to check the can move variable, which is just called this. And we are going to make it equal to the opposite of the paused state, because of course, if you're paused, then you should be able to move. But if you're not, if you're paused, then you shouldn't be able to move. So if paused is true, then can move is false. So it's the opposite, right? So now, go here. So you pause, and you can see that effectively it works. And if I go back, it does, right? But the issue is that this right side of the screen is effectively paused, but the left side isn't. So like if I send a bunch of commands and then pause, it's still going to be moving, right? So now that's what we want to prevent from happening. Now, this is handled by the schedule panel, so we need to give the schedule panel a variable that is just going to mean whether it is currently blocked or not. That variable is going to be useful for other things later. So let's just do it like this. So we have here variables. Let's create a new variable that is public blocked. No, bool. It's a bool type variable because it's true or false. It's going to be called blocked because it represents whether the scheduler is currently being blocked. And if the scheduler is being blocked, then it won't react to any of these beats. So if blocked, then return. And then from, this is a singleton instance, so that means that we can just access it from the post menu directly without needing to do any weird things. So same thing as the other. If the instance exists, which it should always, but no reason not to just be sure. We're going to, I forgot to turn on the music again. We are going to take that instance, we're going to take its blocked variable, and we're going to make it equal to the same as the post state, because when we're paused, we want it to be blocked, but when we're not, we want it to not be. So change it there. And let's see if that works. Compiler. Okay. Oh, I wrote it twice. That's silly. Yep. Now you see we have the variable. Let's see if that works. There's no reason it shouldn't. So if I send a bunch of commands and then hit the pause button, they stop happening. And because of the music system that I made before that is constantly sending random beats, and because I hooked up the scheduler to those random beats, that means that these are never going to go off sync with the music, no matter when I pause or unpause. Like even if I do something really crazy like that, right? So that works good. So that is good. So now that we know now that we know that the pause menu effectively pauses, we can just get on to actually building that pause menu. So first of all, what we need in order for that pause menu, we're going to reuse these same buttons, right? So what we need first is the same as that squiggle that we used in the victory screen. I'm going to add a component. No, it's the image. We're going to add a component that is the script UI random sprite, because we want it to wiggle in the same way as all those other sprites do. Then we're going to go to our resources and we're going to look for these. These are going to be the background of our pause menu. So it's going to be this sprite. To set native size, and then we're going to set it to a 3.8 scale, which is what all the other sprites use. We're going to give it 4 images that are going to be all the different parts of the squiggle. We're going to have this be switch time of 0.5, let's say, and the image component is this. And we are going to make it just what's a pausey kind of color. Let's say black, right? It matches the sides. So we're gonna have that. Well, let's just make it gray. No, actually, gray might disappear on some of the levels. Let's just make it blue, but like very dark blue. Yes. Actually, no, I have a great idea. Let's use this color. That way we have a color that we've already used, so it has more of an identity with the other stuff. Okay, so that's what we have. Then we're going to grab one of the buttons from the main menu. We're going to just straight up copy it, right? The background. We're going to copy the play button. And this play button is going to be displayed on top. We're going to place it here. And it's going to have all that stuff. It's not going to have the signal receiver because we really don't want it. Remove you. We don't need this world positioner. We don't need this enable state. We do need the random sprite, and we do need the button. So yeah, and the whole thing is that when you're pressed, you're going to do something different. This is the unpause button, right? So when you so yeah, we're going to take all of this code, and we're going to switch it to its own function, right? Void pause state. Yeah, toggle pause state. So yeah, all of this stuff is the stuff that toggles the pause state. So if the pause state is true, it makes it false, and then just does all this stuff that needs to be done. Like this. Yeah. So then, what we can do is just call this function from here. And this is all functionally the same thing, but what this lets me do is this lets me set that function as a target for the button activation. Except when I forget a semicolon somewhere here. So yeah, so now we have this. We want this to be so yeah, we want that to be this image. So you are going to it's the button. So I want the button to unclick. It is going to take the pause system, and it's going to do that. It's going to toggle the pause state. So that essentially means on pausing, because when you are paused, the menu is not going to be active, and so the button is not going to be clickable, right? So this one's going to actually start inactive, so let's put it here. So I press escape, we click the unpause button, we unpause. Does that work with all the other stuff? Yep, it works, okay. Good. So that is the pause button, and then we're going to have another button that's going to be the quit button. This is going to quit the menu, so we're going to put it here, put it inside of the canvas, and we're going to place this one over here. We want it to have, it's not going to have the enable state because we don't care about that. We don't need a signal receiver for this one. We don't need a world positioner. We do need a random sprite. We do need the button, but it's not going to just do that. So what this is going to do is that when it is clicked, it's going to reload the scene. So actually, let's align them a little bit better. So position Y, let's say 550. And probably let's take you from the middle. Yeah, so position Y, let's say 0. And then you position Y, let's say from the middle, 0. From the middle is 313, and for you it is minus 313. And that would be more even spacing, right? Do they both have the pivot at the center? Yeah, they do. Okay, so that's more even spacing. And then we are going to so now we need to make it so that when this button is clicked, it's going to reload the scene. Reloading the scene essentially takes us back to the main menu. So how do I reload a scene again? Let's go to all trusty Google. Oh, it's the scene manager. Yep, that's right. I remember that. We're going to need the Scene manager Unity. Going to need to look that up so that I can check what the functions are called within it. And we're going to need a script on its own that will do that. So create a new C# script. Script scene reload. In the scene reload, we're going to have to include hold on. Yeah, we're going to need to include the scene management library, and then in this scene management library, we're going to go. Hold on. Get active scene. Yeah, we're going to need to get the active scene. So yeah, we're going to need a public function that is going to do all this. So public reload, and then it's going to go, okay, scene manager, get me the active scene. Then on that active scene, this is going to return a scene type thing. So on that scene, we're going to want the name. So get me the name of the currently active scene, and then we are going to load that scene. So scene manager point load scene, that one, the one that we just got, and that should be enough, right? If I'm understanding this correctly, obviously. Method must have a return type. Right. That's the return type. Right, so now this quit button, we can give it this scene reload thing, and we can say that when it clicks, it's going to grab the scene reload script, and it's going to reload the current scene. And that should make it work. So let's just make sure that we can put this in the state that it should be in. Right, so create the pause menu, reload the scene. The scene gets reloaded, and let's see if everything within this scene just works on reload, because sometimes stuff breaks. Okay, so that works. This error doesn't matter because that's the result of trying to load a scene that doesn't exist. Or rather, trying to load a level that doesn't exist. So that means that we're done with the pause menu. This is not the most elegant transition, honestly. Obviously, I would want some animations, but again, due date is Friday, and I can always make this project better on my own personal time. So right now, I just need things to be functional so that I can do actually work on level design later. So what we're going to do right now after this is a bathroom break. We're back. way back. Let's see. So now that I did the pause menu is currently completed. So there are two, maybe three things that I can think I want to do right now. First of all, it's the sound effect for the puffs of smoke. That shouldn't take too much effort, but I'm going to leave it for last because it's not that important. Like, honestly, if that's not there, the game can still function. We need the logo with the name of the game. That's going to be easy to do as well, and it is more important than the puffs of smoke, so we're going to do that. But first, we're going to build the last of the game elements that I needed to build in order to be able to create the levels. These are three. We need wedge blocks that will push you from one side to the other, and we will need things, buttons or other things that will modify the levels once you step on them. Now, we are going to start with the wedges because I have an inkling that they're going to be the most difficult one to do in programming. But before we do that, we're going to need to make our system of movement a bit more robust. So let's focus on doing that. Reinforcing the logic of the movement system, and you're going to see why we need this later on. So, what do I mean by reinforcing the logic? What I mean is that right now you have this thing that happens when you hit a wall. Let me show you. So when you hit a wall, the guy just kind of leans forward for a little bit and then returns, right? The way that that works in the code is that, where is my player? Field. It should be in row 1. It's the player. Player, right here. So the way that that works is that it modifies the desired wall position number. The X moves it to 0.65, right, temporarily. The problem is that this number is the one that the game checks in order to know where the player is. So if one of those checks happens during that time, then it's going to give an erroneous intermediate position, and then it's not going to know where in memory to check because all of those are integers, right? So it shouldn't be a number with a decimal. Now, I've made it so that those checks will never happen by making sure that the time that it spends there is less than the time between two beats of that thing. But the issue is that if I have blocks that are going to redirect you somewhere, then they may redirect you many times, and that means that it's going to move through that step twice, and then the scheduler may catch you while you're in an intermediate position, and that's what we don't want. So what we need to do is make it so that when the player is in an intermediate position, the scheduler is blocked from receiving commands, right? Now, the good thing is that we've already implemented that functionality of the scheduler for the pause menu, if you remember. That is the blocked variable that I put right here. So we can just toggle this to true when you're in an intermediate position. That should be extremely easy to do if we just take the script of the player and modify it a little bit so that it can access that. So player, here it is. So the way that it works right now is that when you hit a wall, it's going to set up a bump timer, then it's going to save your actual position within this script's memory, right? So what we want it to be is that when this happens, we should also access the script scheduler instance blocked variable and make it true. And then when that bump timer reaches 0 and the player returns to the actual position that it should be holding, only then do we make this false. So right here, false, right? that should do literally no change in the functioning of the game, so we're not going to test it yet, right? But then, if I'm going to allow, walls that will put you in a different spot and walls that push you into other different walls, right? Then it's we're going to move you to a bump position, and then when you return, the actual position is not going to be the real position, but rather a position given by the wall. And so it's going to be a different position, and that position, so what would that position be? The wall, yeah, the wall should check the position that it should change into, and if that position is another wedge wall that would block you, then it's going to return the end position of that wall, right? Oh, hold on, I'm thinking of this. We're going to need a stack of positions. Each wall is going to return, is going to place... Hold on. I'm just trying to think of how the flow of data should be, right? Because right now, hold on, let me just show you on Paint. Right, so like picture this, right? So we have just like a triangle, just like right here, and right. Really? I can't flip it. Come on, Paint. So like picture this, right? We have like this sort of setup, right? And so the player moves from here. So the player is currently here, and it tries to move down. So what it does is it moves to this intermediate position. We're going to mark it red. It moves to this intermediate position, right? Then this wedge, then it checks, it stores its real position, and then, right, the way that it works with a normal wall is it moves to the intermediate position, stores its current position in a backup, and then it sets off a timer. When that timer reaches 0, it goes back to the backup its backup position, right? But however, what we want to happen here is different. We want it to move to the different position, and then we want its backup to be filled with not the normal position, but rather the position that it should go into, which would be here, right? How will we know what position that is? We should ask this. This guy knows what position the player... If we fit this, the position that the player came into should be able to return us the position that the player should go onto, because it's different from depending on where the player comes from, right? So the wedge should do that. The player moves to the intermediate position, and then asks the wedge where the backup position should be, and the wedge is going to return it should be here. And so it returns that, right? But you can see what the issue is here, because then the player is going to move to the default position, it's going to run out the timer, and then it's going to move here. But I don't want it to move here, I want it to move here, because it's like in the middle, right? Because it's not going to be on top of it, right? So what this needs to do is it needs to, when it goes to return the position, when it goes to return this position, what it should actually do is it should ask, who is in this position? If it is a blank space, then yeah, return that position. If it is a wedge, then ask that wedge, hey wedge, if something is coming from this direction, where do you return them? And so this wedge is going to say, oh, I return them to here. If it is a wedge, you should return this position. Yes, yeah, that's the issue. Because I want the player to move in between. So I want the player to move here, run out the timer, move here, run out the timer, move here, right? So I can't return this position right away by asking this guy, right? So what I need to do is, it's going to, this is the actual end position. So what I need to do is, yeah, it's going to check the position that the player would land in, and it's going to say, hey, what's in that position? If it is a wedge, then rather than returning this position, it is going to return the intermediate position. And it's going to put that in the backup. But then, when the player runs out the timer, the player is going to be here in the intermediate position, and it's not going to move because it doesn't have any reason to do so. So on top of turning that into the backup, yeah, we're going to need a stack of positions. Yeah. So that's what's going to need to happen. It's going to, the player, right, okay. So let's run the process again. Let's run through the process again. So the player is trying to move into a wedge, right? The player is going to move to the intermediate position itself. It knows that that is the position. Then it's going to ask the wedge, hey wedge, where do I move after I'm done with this timer, right? And so the wedge is going to say, oh, well, you should move here. No, the wedge is going to say, oh, my logic is to send you to this position, but this position has a wedge, so you should move here. And so we're going to have that into the backup, right? But then since it's a wedge, you're going to need to move somewhere after that. So let me ask that wedge. And then this wedge is going to be like, oh, if there's a player coming from here, then I need you to move to this position. And since it's empty, that's where we're going to move. So it's going to put this position into the queue. So then the player is going to move to this intermediate position. It's going to run the clock, and then it's going to move to the next position in the backup. It's going to move to this one, right? Then it's going to run out the clock, and it's going to move to the next one. Oh boy, that's going to be a bit of a mess. Okay. Let's begin with the AC part, which is the assets visually, right? So let's go to my assets folder. I'm going to go to the create items. And I want So this is my, for some reason I didn't put the puffs of smoke here. Go to Unity and get the actual thing, and we're going to open it. Yeah, add a layer. I'm going to put it here. And it's just the same image, right? So each of these is 40, how many pixels high? 41 pixels high. And I'm gonna need 4 of them. So let's make it 41 times 4. 81, yeah, 41 times 2 is 82, so that times 2 is 164. 164 plus 410 is 574. So we get that. So we take all of these and we move it here, and that should fit exactly. And so what we want to fill these spaces with is just bricks like these, but a little bit different. So let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we want here is to take this color. We're going to take our brush, for it to be anti-aliased, like this, yep. And so we're going to want 4 corners, right? So we're going to get this corner 4 times. And we're going to get this corner. Actually, let's get the same corner. And then this corner. Yep, this corner. Yes, I realized that I could reflect them, but I figure this way gives me a little bit more variation. Anyway, so, you know, why not? And so what I want is to merge those layers, and then I'm going to just magic wand all the bits that I don't want. I'm going to have... yeah, I'm going to need to use the pencil a little bit. Let's do some black lines. And then the other way. And then the other side. And then just cut off these. Cut off these. Cut off these. Cut off. This is really unnecessary, isn't it? Maybe there's an easier way to do this. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Gotta be an easier way to do this. There most definitely is, and I'm just being silly here. See what I should have done, and I'm actually probably gonna do this now. Start doing this right now. What I should have done is just cut the corners first, and then drawn the diagonal. But you know, hindsight, right? How much is it? It's 2. Okay, so that's what we want. Oh, that took way longer than it should have for something so simple. Okay, let's save this into my resources folder, yes, and also as a PNG. And then we're going to import that one into Unity. And then we're going to make sure that the sprite editor doesn't get confused. And then we're going to go to the game and check that that all those assets got exported the way they should have and that the game didn't get broken. So immediately it did. Oh, but why though? Did I not apply on this spread editor? No, I did. You do have all the grid items. So then... what happened? But it's not missing though, we know exactly which one it is. It's that one. I might have fucked up a bit. Oh no, does that mean I'm gonna have to go into every asset and replace it? Oh no, please don't say it in so. God fucking damn it, what? But why? They're here, they have the same name, don't they? Do they not? I'm usually so careful about not doing that by accident. Because I know what the issue was, is I replaced the one in the... Actually, do you move it to the trash bin instead of deleting it forever? So if that's the case, can't I just copy that one? Can't I just go into here and copy the meta file that is in the trash bin? Place it. And then... Okay, so that does work. Ooh, phew! Okay. So now I just get a grid by cell size, and it's 40 by 41. Slice, delete the previous, yeah, slice, and then apply. There you go, okay. Ooh. Oh, goddamn, that was scary, yeah. Put the fish profile in the trash bin. Okay, so everything shows correctly. Let's go now and do right. So now we are going to need a prefab we're going to need a prefab for each of those wedges. Right? And they should work, they should be similar to the wall prefab, which really is just a random sprite in a world positioner component. The actual logic of how they react is all in the level generator. These ones are going to have a couple functions of their own, so that's going to be important. So let's just copy the wall prefab. And then this wall, yeah. So then this wall is going to be a corner. Yep, rename the file, please. And so this one is going to have a couple different things. It's going to have a, give me a second. It's going to have, we're going to go into the resources, we're going to go into the grid options, it's going to have one of these. So we're going to start with this one. And we're going to give it these 4 random sprites. Right, and so, and then we are going to modify our test level so that we can just sort of test it, right? Prefab levels, I'm going to modify this test level. So you are going to have row 0, 1, 2. So row 1, the left wall is going to be no, the right wall. So you're right. So instead of the end, you're going to have this corner, which means that it doesn't have an end. That's fine. And then in the same position as that corner, in position 7, you are going to have an empty. And then your commands, the right command is going to be right. The left command is going, no, the right command is going to be right, and the left command is going to be up. And you're going to see why, right? So now if I load the level, right, let's remove the key and the lock then. Actually, let's just make it easier on us. And rather than removing those 2 things, we are going to go to the row 1. We're going to say, we're going to switch the player from here to after the wall. So here's what should happen. Right, so you see, when I move right, this thing should move me down. And then you should be able to move up through it, right? So, how do we get that to happen? First of all, the thing that the level generate the player, when the player tries to move into it, it should know that it is a corner, because that's how it knows to differentiate, to have a different reaction than when it is in a wall. So we're going to give these corners, corner, 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 corner. We're going to give these corners a different tag, and this tag is going to be corner. Right? So then the player is going to need a case for when it bumps into a corner. We need to make sure that the corner is of type corner though. Corner. And so the player now is going to need to know what to do when it bumps into a corner. So case corner. Query the corner for where to move. That's what should happen, right? So the corner is going to need its own script that knows where to move the player. So we're going to need to write that so that we can access it from the player. So, console animation project, we're going to need create a new script, corner, just script corner, that works. So in this script, we're going to need a public function because it needs to be accessible from the player. Yeah, we're also going to need to get the corner component, and that's going to be a bit messy, but that's fine. So, I mean a bit messy because usually I don't like having a ton of get component things, but yeah, it's fine. We can just do that. So we're going to, so the world positioner is the one that holds, it's the world positioner component of the object that we bumped into. So we're going to take this bumped object, we're going to get its corner component, corner, right? Yeah. And so from the corner component, we're going to call that function. So this corner component, we're going to need that function. So first of all, this corner is going to know which corner it is. Is it left to up, to right to down, right? Which sides of you are open, right? So public bool, we're going to need to know which sides are the ones that are open. So up, open, and we're going to need 4 of these. So, or no, this is a better thing that we could do. We could do because we have an enum that tells us the 4 directions, that just holds all of those directions. We just have an array of 2 of those, and no, actually, will we need an array? Would an array be good? Because then we have to check them one way and the other way. Enum. So how do we want to store them? We want 2 variables, and yep. Yeah, okay, here's what we're gonna do. Command. Yeah, we're gonna have 2 variables of type command. There are going to be the 2 sides of the corner that are open. So public open side 1, public command type variable called open side 1, and another one that is open side 2. Open side 2, right? So then because I'm thinking, right? We could just use those commands, but we could also just write a function that takes the world positioner script within you and then calculates the 2 open coordinates that correspond to those 2 sides. So let's do that, and that should run yeah, we're gonna need 2 vector twins. Public vector to int open coordinate 1, and then public vector to int open coordinate 2. And so right, and so we're going to need a function that can convert from these 2 to the other 2 based on, so actually they shouldn't be public at all, based on the current position in the world positioner. So we're going to need a reference to that. header references header parameters public script world position script, right? And so what should happen then is, right, so we're going to need a function that converts one to the other. So function void update chord. So this one is going to receive command open side. Yeah, this one is going to receive an open side and it's going to return a coordinate, right? Vector to int. So actually it should be called command to chord, side to chord, side to coordinate. So this is going to receive a side and it's going to return a coordinate. Oh, I think the cat wants to come in. Hold on. 1 second. Okay, that's my cat. He wanted to come into the room. He's probably not gonna like the lights that I have to have on for the face tracking to be not complete ass. It's only kinda ass right now. Okay. So this is going to receive a sign and it's going to return a coordinate. So switch case open side, right? And so if right, we're going to need a vector2 variable that is going to be the float vector type that we want. So vector2 coordinate. So what this is going to do is it's going to case command point up, then coordinate equals, that's not how this is written. Then coordinate equals the position script point. And how did the position script work again? The desired world position. So the desired world position. No, let's do this. It's going to be, first it's going to be equal to the desired world position, and then we're going to modify it depending on what the command that we are receiving is. So it's like this. First it equals the desired world position, and then chord equals, then coordinate point y should be, is y higher or lower? I always forget. Y is higher, right? So if up, then y plus 1. In the case that command is down, then I want it to be minus 1f. And these are plus equals because we want to assign it to the coordinate. And then we want something similar to happen for left or right. So command point right, in the x coordinate we're going to add 1f, and if left, Then on the x coordinates, we're going to subtract 1f. And then after all that, you're going to return the coordinate. So then we're going to need another function that is going to be void update chords, right? And this is what this is going to do. Is it's going to update both of them using this side to coordinate function. So you're going to open coordinate 1 is going to be equal to side to coordinates of the open side 1 of the corresponding side, and same for the coordinate 2. So this function is going to be updating these, which are easier to work with than, oh, right, because this is a vector 2, we have to turn it into a vector 2 int. So new vector to integer, integer conversion of the coordinates x component, and then an integer conversion of the coordinates y component, and there you go. And so this is going to update those two open coordinates, right? And so I'm realizing that I placed my VTuber, I placed my avatar exactly on top of where I code. And that I've done it for like 4 streams. I'm a really smart cookie, aren't I? Okay, how can I fix this without making things awkward? Because the problem is that I don't want to place it here, because then you can see the VTube Studio thing. And also because then I'll be looking off screen the entire fucking time, right? And that's not great. I guess what I could do is just keep this menu open the whole time, and then I'm not covering as much. Yeah, that's sure. Sure, that works. Okay, so we have this. Right, so then what do we actually want to happen? We want a function that the player can ask, the player can tell it where. We want a function that can be given a coordinate, and it will spit out the other coordinate. So the idea is, right, you're going to receive one of the two open sides, and it's going to spit the other one, and if it spits anything else, then it's going to just spit whatever should have happened, whatever would have been there, right? Well, just the same position that you received, right? So this is going to be the public function, return position, right? And it's going to receive a vector to integer, that is the starting coordinate, and it's going to return a vector to integer, right? And so yeah, the rest of the logic is going to be handled by the player, because that just makes sense, right? And so if position, first of all, we're going to update both of the coordinates, because we don't know if the thing has moved in the interim, right? So first you're going to update both of the coordinates, and then you're going to check if the position equals open coordinate 1, then you're going to return, actually this is easier like this, if the position equals open coordinate 1, then you're going to return open coordinate 2. If the position equals open coordinate 2, then you're going to return open coordinate 1. And then in any other case, just return the original position. So this is going to basically be, this is basically the equivalent of asking, if I'm coming from this spot on the grid, where are you going to push me? If you're coming from the first open one, it's going to push you into the second one. If you're coming from the second open one, it's going to push you into the first one. And if you're coming from anywhere else, it's just going to put you right back where you started, right? So basically bumping into the wall. And so what the player is going to do is the player is going to get the corner component, and then it's going to ask, what's the return position when I bump from where I am? So this is the grid position. No, it's not. Yeah, you can just check this, right? So then what's the return position when I give you this, but I'm going to have to convert it to a normal vector? Which actually, I think I already did something for that. Yeah, in desired world position. Yep. I'm so glad I coded this. So just the desired world position, but in integer coordinates rather than float ones. And so that's going to give me a return position. And so you are going to... Right. So let's just code this assuming that chains aren't a thing, and then we can implement chains later, right? Just so that I have something to test. So you have obtained that return position. And so what you have to do is first, so the process should be the same as this. So first, block the script scheduler. This is to prevent the scheduler from triggering another move before this one has finished. Then create a bump position. This is going to be a temporary position that the player is going to move into just to create the visual effect of just kind of bumping into a place. I'm going to create this bump position that is going to be the currently desired world position plus the vector of movement plus the movement direction transformed into a vector times 0.35, so it's like an intermediate space, right? Then save an actual position variable that is the current world position. Then set the desired world position. Right, yeah, this is the one. The actual position shouldn't be the current position. It should be the position returned from the corner, because that's the one that we are going to be returning after the timer runs out, right? So then this, and then set the actual visible position to this bump position that we created earlier. Then set the timer up so that when it runs out, we return to the so-called actual position. And then play a note, just a low note. And so what is this if about? This makes it so that... No, that doesn't make a difference anymore, though, because the scheduler can't send these positions any longer, so it doesn't matter whether we are actually in the... whether that timer is actually running, right? So let's see if that works. The type of namespace, name, world position could not be found. Are you missing? Okay, where is this? It's script corner 7. Corner 7, world position, ner. A local variable function named bump position is already defined in this scope. What are you talking about? Is 60? Well, yeah, I'm defining it again. It's in a different. It's not in the same scope. What are you talking about? Oh, is the switch case really that weird? Is the switch case not just the generalization of a nested if? That would explain why we have to do a break instruction. Man, that sucks. Does this let me do the thing that Lua does? Where I can just use a bracket? Just a meaningless bracket that is purely to differentiate scope? Lua lets me do that. Lamau scope. That's really silly. Really? So you tell me that a switch statement does not create its own scope? For why though? What use is that? Okay, so then what we need to do is go into that corner piece, prefab, terrain, yeah. We need to go into this corner piece and we need to give it that corner script. We need to tell it, well, this one is this piece. So we're going to, the first open side is the left, the second open side is the down, and your positioner script is this one. And so I have a cat on my lap. It could move further, but it works, right? Now the issue is that this... Oh, but this is moving the player, but it's not swapping it with the empty spot, is it? Okay, so we need to make sure that it does that. So when this bump time happens, yeah. So once you get all of this, so yeah, that switch is the same that happens with this space. It's this. You call the level generator instance and you tell it, hey, switch to these two objects. The problem is that this works off of... Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's go into that so that I can be sure and I'm not talking out of my ass. Also, yeah, I know that error. That shouldn't happen during normal execution. Let's go to that level generator. level generator. No, that's level sender. Level generator. So switch. Yeah, when you switch, what do? You take the world positioner. You get the elemental coordinate position 1, and you get the world positioners. Right. So you're taking these. Hold on. So you're getting their positions from memory, not from. Oh. That actually makes things very workable, because then it doesn't care about where the object actually is on the world. It only cares where the object is in memory, and those are the integer positions, so those are the ones that are easy to work with. But that switch should only happen at the end. So we're going to need to store a begin position, and then check whether that begin position is different from the actual position. And then if it's not, then we have to switch the two objects that are there by those positions. So yeah, let's do the same here so that we can generalize the process. Begin position equals, it's the same, right? In this case, but in this case it isn't. So then we do begin position equals all of that. And then when on the update, when you do this, when you move the desired position to the actual position, what you should do is to switch objects. Yeah, what you should do is to switch objects, script level generator point instance, switch objects, and you want to be given the actual position and the begin position. And so the level generator, it's going to get these two world positioners. So it's going to check whether they're the same, right? So if object 1 is the same as object 2, then it's not going to actually switch anything, because that will be switching something with itself. Otherwise, do all of this. But if they are the same, then what you should do is just update the position. So we don't need to update the memory because that's just going to be the same. We do want, want object 1 point desired world pos equals set desired world pos from int. Yeah, I'm going to need that. Set desired world position from the int, and we're going to give it the integer position, so just position 1. And then that's just going to set us back to the position that we wanted, and then the player doesn't need to actually do that itself, right? So we can just get rid of this. And how will that work then? Top level statement must precede namespace and type nameable. What? Level 200 to 130. Oh, like that. That's what happened. And the semicolon that I forgot in line 25. Somewhere. Where? Player movement. Here. Well, the name begin position does not exist in the current context. Where is that? Player movement, line 25. Because the begin position is a thing that I made up because I need to create it as a variable up here, likely. Yep, here it is. Begin position. Right, and I'm giving this to actual vector 2s, not to integer ones. So I need to just make sure that I can convert those. So don't I have a function somewhere that just does that? Direction to float vector? No. Switch objects, replace objects, add up. Okay. So we're going to do void switch objects. We're going to need a second definition of switch object that receives two vector 2s. 2, position 1, vector 2, position 2. And so what it's going to do is it is going to we're going to need another function that can convert a vector 2. So public, no, not public, vector to int, and it's going to be float vect to int vector. It receives a vector 2. It's going to turn it into an integer vector 2. So it's going to return a new integer vector 2. There's going to be made from integerizing the x component of vector x and integerizing, that's not a word, the y component of the vector vect. And that's it. So switch object, when receiving two normal vector 2, it's going to run these functions on both of them and then call the normal switch objects. So it's going to do this on each of these two vectors, and it doesn't return anything, so I don't need to do anything else. And that should do it then. I have way too much shit open. I need to start closing it. I don't need Audacity right now. I don't need Paint right now. That seems to be about it. So what I want now is to test that, right? Argument 1 cannot convert vector 2 to vector 2 in. Yeah, I know. That's why I did the overload. What? 26? In 26? What are you talking about? Did I not give it the same name? I didn't. Alright, there we go. So now, let's test if that worked. It should, right? Yeah. Okay, that just works. Okay, good. Right, and yeah, I tried to move into an empty space, so it just errored out. Okay, so that just straight up works, right? So that's good. Let's make it so that the player moves a little bit further into the wedge, so that it just looks a bit nicer. Where is that? It's over here. Right now I'm moving it 30.35 units. Let's move it just a whole half unit into it, right? So it's going to be like midway between the space and the wedge. Oh, I forgot to update this thing. God damn it. Corner walls. Whatever, it's not that important. Okay. That doesn't do too much of a difference. Oh, we'll move most of the way then. Just not the whole way. So how about instead of 0.5, we make it just like 85. Would that look better? Yeah, that looks better. That looks like you're being sort of pushed around, right? Okay, we need it to just be a flush color with the rest of the wall. That is extremely easy because all we need to do for that is just tell the color determining system to be aware that an object with that tag exists, right? So tell the color system, hey, if an object may have the tag corner, and I want you to treat those the same way as you do the spaces and the walls. And then it's not going to be just white. In fact, that is so simple of a thing that I'm not going to test it. I just know that it works. What we want to do next. Okay, so here's the issue that we're going to have now, right? And this is the one that is going to be a bit difficult to code. Let me show you, right? I have the level. Say that I take this level and I make it, it's an empty, rather than an empty, yeah. It's going to have an empty here, and here it's going to have a corner, but it's not going to be the same corner. So we're going to need to make 4 variations of this corner, right? To make all the other corners. Actually, they should be... Oh, hold on, what am I doing? No, that's not a one. Yep, go do this. Yeah, I know it disappeared. I made it disappear. That's why I pressed... Look, Unity just doesn't like when you press Control Z. That's weird. Some things just start throwing errors and exceptions and shit. That's annoying. Okay, so I don't want this. Right, so what I want is to make, actually this shouldn't be here because my actual playfield is this size. Okay. So, have this corner. I want to make a variant of it that differently. So we have left down. Let's have left up. And so left up should have different sprites, which are these. So going to have this one, this one, this one, and this one, and then the first sprite is going to be this one, and this is going to be one of the variants. So then we're going to have that one. Going to have yeah, we're going to have that one. We're going to have another one, but this one's going to be right up, and so right up is going to have these. So they're going to be this, 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 and this is going to be this. We're going to need another variant, and this is going to be the last one. This is going to be right down, and this is going to have these sprites. It's going to be this one. It's going to be this, 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 and this. And based on the logic of the first one, then that means that these four are going to work just as they are. Right? So let's go into our prefabs. Let's go into terrain. Let's give this one a different name. So this is going to be the corner down left. This is going to be the corner up left. This is going to be the corner up right. This is going to be the corner down right. And so we save these as prefab variants. Like this. So we have all four corners, and I know that these are going to work, right? So we have a couple issues, though. They don't yet work completely, because they do know what position to send you to, but they don't know what to do if that position is occupied by something else. And that should be different depending on whether that something else is a wall or something different. So like, say for example, I go to the level, and I go to its row 0, and I make this element just randomly a wall, then you're going to see it's going to switch me with the wall, right? And I don't want that. When that object is a wall, it should refuse to switch, and it should just send the player back to the beginning. So we need to add that logic. And I also need to take a bathroom break, so... Fine. Okay. So we have the corners, and now I have to make sure that they don't switch my position if what's in that position is not something that should be switched. So so that should be handled by the player, right? So essentially what happens is that once we have that position returned, rather than putting that position on the rather than put that position on the whatchamacallit, rather than put that position on this thing, on this method that lets me switch them, it should put that it should do with that position the same thing that it does for this switching statement, right? So how would I do that? Because the issue is I want to access these other parts of the code, right? But I want to access them oh, that's tricky. That's tricky, because I want to access these try movements. I want to do try movement again, but I want to do it after. I want to do try movement, but I want to do try movement as if I am on the position that the corner is in. Oh shit, yeah, that is difficult. I want to do try movement. The problem is that try movement is not coded with, it's coded with the assumption that you are in a real position. So I would have to pull away that assumption from it. Who calls try movement? It's you. No, it's not you. Right, it's the scheduler. This is tricky. This is very tricky. Oh god, this is way too tricky. Because I do want you to be able to follow a chain of things. So I am going to probably need to make a list of the positions as you move through them. But the problem is what happens at the end. What happens at the end is going to depend on whether what's at the end is a wall, a corner, a space, the end, or a collectible. So, what are the steps that need to happen in order to make this happen? Okay, so I could code a function that is just called move into, that is going to attempt to move the player into a spot, no matter what the spot is, right? Whether that spot is adjacent to the player or not. Then I could put all of these cases in there. And just call that from here. So we're going to separate this into two functions, right? One that tries the movement, and this is from where the player is standing, get all the facings and all that stuff, and then attempt to then get the grid slot in that position, or rather get the grid, get the position that we're going to be attempting to move into, right? Given that command, and then call the other function that moves into that space. And that means that then call that function and give it that space, right? And so this is a function that, given a space, can move into it, and it doesn't really matter whether the player is adjacent to it. Like, you don't have to put the player adjacent to it and then give it a command. You just give it a function, direction, or rather a position. So yeah, let's do that. So that's what the grid position is, right? That's what the grid position is. So we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna have this move into script, and it's going to be given this grid position, which is itself a, I'm pretty sure, vector to integer. And that's going to be the end of this function, right? And so we're going to have this function that is void move into, that receives a vector of integers. And we're going to call grid position just so that we don't have to rewrite the whole everything. And this one's going to do all of this. So that's step number one. We split that into two different functions. Then here we can, right, then the idea is that here, rather than telling this to directly switch the objects, we can just tell it, hey, move into that position, right? So the issue is that this is going to be called when the player is in an intermediate position. So we need to account for that. But then in that case, all we need to do is just give it where the player actually is, right? Don't we? And then this function is going to operate as if the player were in that position, even though it's not really, right? Physically, visually. So it's going to go off of the position that the player is in memory. So yeah, this is going to probably want to receive a another vector to int that is the current position, right? And then we can just code all of these to work off of that. So we're gonna get the position script desired world position. Yeah, so rather than get this, we're going to get now this is fine because this one's only visual, right? Isn't it? Oh yes, but oh, this is tricky. Yeah, this is tricky. Because here this is fine, right? Because if this is happening, then it's because the player is in a grid, in a proper grid position. So here we can just give it here we can just give it position script int desired world position. There, that's fine. The issue is, what do we do here? What do we pass that here? Because if the player is currently like in this midway position to the corner tile, then the position that I want to give it here is going to be the one of the corner tile, right? That's the only one that makes sense. So then the actual position should be that. So the actual position should be the same as the position of the corner. Then the begin position, yeah. The actual position should be the position of the corner. Because then the player is going to be, during that step, the player is going to be on the corner. No, it wouldn't be. I mean, I want it to be. Oh, what the fuck am I thinking? Yeah, because then. You know what I could do? I could just build the levels so that never happened. No, because if I'm limiting movement, then I don't have that much freedom in how I build the levels. Right, because I'm always going to be coming across the issue of what places is it even possible for the player to go into. So yeah, so I'm gonna need the player is in a position that is midway, right? That's the position that is held in the position script. The player's beginning position is so the player's beginning position is where the player began the movement, and that's where we're going to need to hold a reference to that, because that's where we're going to want to switch whatever the player lands onto with. The actual position is going to be where the player is going to end up after the timer runs out. And so that is the position that the player is going to be attempting to move into. So it stands to reason then that if you're going to move into if the position that you're going to move into is another corner, then that's the one that's going to be passed as grid position. And current position is going to be given as beginning position, right? Oh, fuck, I don't know how to do this. Current position is going to be given as the current position is going to be given as the corner position, because that is the position that the player is currently at. The player is moving from into. Oh, come on, I'm cracked at programming. I'm good at this, so I should be able to figure this one out. Right. Right, so the issue is that I want to move the player into a corner, from a corner into another corner. So the player's current real position is stored in the side world position of the position script, which is just a midway position. So that one's useless for those calculations. We have the begin position, that is the position that the player began the chain movement in. We have the actual position, which is the position the player is going to be returned to. Right now, this actual position is going to be returned as the position of a different corner. And so this is the position that we're going to be trying to move into. So when the player tries to move into that position, it's going to get the element in that position. It's going to save its world position. Then it's going to check its tag. If that tag is wall, then what's it going to do? The player is going to move is going to have a bump position that is going to be from the position the player is currently at, and that position should be the block that the player just kind of, that the block that pushed the player, that the corner that pushed the player. So that one is the one that we're moving from. So it's not the begin position. It should be a secondary root position, let's call it, right? So let's do a root position. Vector to root position. So the idea is that this root position is going to be useful for the calculations for all the other positions. So root position equals the position of that bumped component. Yeah, so it's going to be the position of that bumped component. So it's going to be bumped point desired world position. And the idea is that the begin position only changes if begin position was null. So begin position, if begin position equals null, then do this, otherwise stay with the one that you had before. Right? And so the idea is, now we have this root position, and we can pass that root position into this function, right? So then you're not going to take the bump position that you're going to move into from here, you're going to take it from this root position, right? Position plus, yep, movement. Ooh, yeah. That's fine because we have a position, we have two positions. So we actually want the midway point, or rather the 0.35% point between root position and the position of the object that we bumped into. So that is the direction between the two plus the root times, yeah, it's the direction, is the root plus the direction times 0.75. So we have the root, then we need the direction. The direction is just the root minus the root position minus the bumped desired world position. And then that multiplied by 0.35 floats. That's going to give us a position vector that is like kind of somewhere in between, right? Let's test that immediately, because those numbers don't inspire a lot of trust in me. Where? 59. Yep. The name movement doesn't exist, that's fine, because where? Line 70. Right, and this is very similar. This is just the root position. Honestly, just comment it, because if this one doesn't work, then I don't want to change this one with the same. The name bump position does not exist in the current context in line 74. Oh, fuck it out. Okay, yep. Vector 2.0. To hand, man. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I just messed up the number, but the logic works. Which I mean it makes sense because it's very basic logic. So it's the root position. Position script, yeah, position script int desired world position. So what's root position? Root position is just 0. Why did I use root position? Right, root position is what gets passed as current position here. So really here I should just use current position. Yeah, I just put the minus in the opposite direction, right? Didn't I? So it should be this minus this, right? Yep. Okay, so that works, right? So when you go into the corner, what you should do is set the bump position to what is essentially just kind of the same thing. So the current, I want you to use the current position, the position that you were given as the root of this movement, add to it the desired world position of the object that you're trying to put into, which is the corner tile. Subtract from it the current position so that you get the direction vector, and then multiply that by 0.85, right? So you're getting the stuff that I want you to do. Current position, right? What happened there? Why didn't it switch the second time? It's the first time I get it, but why didn't the second time? What? Okay, so what's happening is that you're going into the corner. And then this is being given actual position and begin position. But begin position is only ever set as desired world position. Right, I get why that may happen, because begin position is null. Oh, but does a vector 2 int just get initialized as a 0 vector? No, it's a vector 2. Who initializes you? You. And that's just empty, so it's null. I guess it gets initialized as a 0 vector, which means that it's not null. Puzzling, very puzzling. The vector 2. No, but then it would be a non-nullable. So Unity would scream at me. So it's definitely supposed to be null. We initialize it by accident some other time. Doesn't look like it. We're doing desired world position. And I'm passing you... Yeah, so what I should be passing you is just root position here. Not begin position, root position, right? And then I shouldn't just be switching them. I should be... yeah, when the bump timer equals 0. I think I could do this better. Yeah. I think the issue is that I'm trying to fit a square peg into a... fit a round peg into a square hole. I think the issue is that I'm trying to use the system that I have for temporary positions, to hold references to positions that are just ghost positions, that are not actual temporary positions, but positions in memory. And I think that's what's fucking me up. So I should create a different set of variables that I can use for that purpose. Right. So here's what we should do. We should have this. We should have this. Yeah. Yep. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Okay. So the bump position is a temporary fake position, right? We are establishing that one correct. We just know that. So we don't need to worry about this. Then this begin position, we are going to we're going to need a different timer. Close corner timer. This one because we want to execute different instructions. So if corner timer is larger or equal to 0f, then corner timer reduce by time point delta time. If corner timer is smaller than 0, then we want to do stuff. So here, what we want to do is we want to, if the player is in a corner, right? This timer is only going to be initialized when the player steps into a corner. So then we can have a different set of variables. So let's forget about this root position. We don't want it right now. Let's get this. If the player has a bump position, that is just a temporary ghost position that doesn't really matter, and so we can just get rid of it, right? The reason we're saving it for the wall is so that we can assign it later to the position script, right? Once we're done using the current position to calculate variables. So yeah, that's what we do here. So we're going to do it, but it only exists here. Then forget about the beginning position. We don't want it right now. We're going to see if I want it later. We're going to have this actual position. Yeah, actual position is the position that the player is actually in, right? Actual position here is going to be the position that the player, yeah, that's just going to be the position that the player, so here we're going to call this one begin position. This is the position in which you began the action, and of course that's the position that an empty object later is going to need to be switched into, right? Then we're going to need the corner position, right? Corner position. That is the position of the corner that the player is going to be next moving from. So corner position equals begin position. Yeah, what are these two? Begin position. Yeah, here is just actual position. This is the only one that matters. And then here you're going to switch actual position with the root position, and root position here is set as nothing. Yeah, so when you bump into a wall, you switch between the actual position, and yeah, when that timer runs out, you go back to your normal position. So you switch between your actual position and your root position, and your root position is so just call it actual position for now. Actual position, right? Hold on. It's essentially, right, the thing that I'm having trouble with is that essentially a wall is a corner that doesn't have any open sides. So it's going to just be generalized as returning that open side, right? So, so what can be done is to treat them both as if they are corners. So I only need to solve the problem for corner. So then we're going to we have the position that's at the beginning of the movement. We have the position of the corner that the player is going to next move to from. So beginning of the movement, corner position equals the position of the corner that the player is currently on. So that is the grid, but that's just grid position, right? So that's just grid position. On new vector thread, right? So plot position x plot with position point y. So that is the position of the corner that the player is currently just moving through, right? The position of the corner that is about to push the player. The begin position is the position at the beginning of the whole movement. And so, yeah, so you move the player to that temporary position, but we don't save it because it doesn't matter. We have the position at the beginning of the whole movement. No, hold on, what? Oh god, I'm confused. What the fuck did I just write here? Like, why does this work? Oh my god, I just completely lost it. I just lost the thread so entirely. I just lost it like completely, like 1000% lost. Like, I feel like I just don't understand any of this now. Oh my god. Okay, it may be easier to just start again. Just start over. How does this work? Okay, so bump position is the temporary position. Begin position is you're going to get the object that was bumped, its corner component. You're going to ask it what position do you return from if you run into it from the integer world position. And that is the begin. Why is this one called begin position? It doesn't matter because I don't use it. Right, okay, so then let's just... This is just called the next position. This one's going to be called the next position. Right? Next position. Next position. Forget about root position, that one doesn't matter. And so we're going to have this corner position. There's just a different vector to vector to corner position. And there's the position of the corner that you're going to start from the next move, the next movement. Right. And that is grid position, because grid position is the position of the grid space that you're moving into. Then you're going to set the desired world position to that temporary position, and you're going to raise the bump timer, which we're going to call in this case corner timer. Corner timer. Yep. So when that corner timer reaches 0, what you're going to do is you're going to compute the movement again. But this time you're going to start movement from the current corner position. And you're going to be moving into the next position. And the problem is that these two, it wants these two to be vector 2 ends, but these two are vector 2s. So what we can do is just be like void move into vector 2. Requiem is rating with a party of 5. Okay, that's unusual. Hey, I'm kinda suffering right now. I just wrote some code, then looked at it, then didn't know what any of it meant. Which is always a good position to be in. So I'm just trying to fix it right now, and I feel like everything I'm doing is just making it worse. But hopefully by the end, stuff is going to work out. So then this, what this is going to do is this is just going to call the move into thing, but just convert the vectors, the double vectors. Time to add comments. Yeah, that's not gonna help at this point. That would have helped if I did it while I still understood what I was writing. But right now, that's not gonna. And yet, I'm like, I know that, and yet I'm still not gonna do it. Yeah, let's just create those two integer vectors. Requiem, hey there! Thanks for the raid. Grid position, yeah. So I have this grid position, int grid pos, understandable. int grid pos. What are we working on? We're working on a game. Yeah, actually, let me show you. Sure, why not? So let me... Actually, the code is not going to compile, is it? It did. Okay. So this is a little game that is just this grid. Just this grid. Actually, I should have started on the other level because that one actually makes sense. There's another one for the thing that I'm trying to test. Right. Okay. Papa is you vibe. Yeah, that's exactly the vibe I was going for. I'm glad that you picked up on it. So, the thing is, this is like a little puzzle game where your movement is limited to the ones that you have available. Right now, there's just one per each because, right? Because I was just testing. But the idea is that each mouse click is sending the list of commands that is here to this little schedule, so you don't have full control over your movement, right? So the idea is that these are going to be able to have more than one, which I think I can show off right here. Yeah, so if I go into the left space and I go into the input panel and I give the command list here, right? So for example, here up left and here down right, and then update them. So, right? So the idea is that you don't have full control over your movement because these lists of commands may try to screw you over. So you have to kind of try to just solve the puzzles and get to the end by dealing with them. So that's it. That's basically the idea. And right now, what I'm trying to do is trying to get these corner pieces working. See, the issue is that that's a great idea. Thank you. I'm doing this for school, for a school project, and it's due on Friday, so I kind of need to. So the idea is that I have these corner pieces, right, as puzzle elements. Ignore this. This is not supposed to be like that. It's whatever. And the idea is that if you move into it from one of the slanted side, it's going to try to push you into Friday. Jeez, yeah. It's trying to push you into the other empty slot, which works or worked. Now that I'm fiddling with it, it's probably just going to do something weird. Yep, that doesn't matter. And that works, right? But the issue is that if it tries to push you into a different corner, then I need to hold that position, because I need to calculate the position of where it's going to push you from the position that you came, which is not the position that you started in, because the position that you came from is the previous corner position that you got pushed into, the one that pushed you into the second corner piece. And so I started writing code to try to do that, and then I wrote a bunch of stuff that felt like it would work, and then I closed my eyes, and then I opened it, and then it was like somebody else had written it. I just didn't know what anything meant. So that's what I'm dealing with, which probably actually means that I should take a break, but due Friday, so not doing that. Vector to int is equal to grid position point x crunch time. Basically, I should have a walk. That would help. I mean, it's not really crunch because I have plenty of time, right? Like, I have the entirety of tomorrow and I have nothing to do all day, so I'll be working on that. Nice little game you have there. Thank you. I am going to upload it on itch. My itch page, by the way, is in the channel pages, in case you want to see what I've done before. I have a couple projects that I'm very proud of. Some others that need more work. I'm gonna be posting this one there when it's done. It's probably gonna be just a pretty small game, considering that I have not a lot of time to make it, but grid pause. Gotta rate and run, but I'll drop you a follow. See you another time. Good luck with the deliverable. Thank you. If you show up again, I'll tell you how it went. Int grid pause, and then the other one that I'm gonna give you is int current pause. Actually, they shouldn't be floats, they should be ints. This should be an int. And so I want another vector to int. It's going to be the int current pause. Let's name these properly. Current pause, and then we're going to do, yeah, just basically the same thing. instead of grid pass, we're going to be current pass. Yeah, and this basically just makes it so that this function can receive normal vector2s, and it's just gonna convert them to vector2 integers. So, okay, so the reason I needed to do that is because this is going to call that from, yeah, it's going to attempt a move into the next position from the corner position, that is the position on the corner, right? And so when it does that, if it finds another corner, it is going to run into this and it's going to change a bunch of stuff, right? So it's going to change the bump position to that, but it's going to be calculated from the current position, which is the one that was given as the corner. So it's going to get the right temporary position. Then it's going to calculate the next position from the position script. And this is where we are coming into a mistake. We don't want that. We want it to be calculated from the position that was given as the current position. So this current position. So return position from current position. That means that we're gonna, because this is a vector2 integer, that means that the corner piece is going to need to know how to, no, never mind, it already works with those. Okay. So then this one's going to give us the correct position. Then we find the corner position, which is just the one that we were just given. This is supposed to be grid. So we get the desired world position and we turn it into that bumping position, which is the temporary position, so it doesn't matter. And then we set up the corner time again and we play another note. That should work. The issue is that what happens when what you come into later is a space. Then I want you to switch the objects. But I don't want you to switch any object. I want you to switch with the object in the start position. Because if I tell you to switch with the object that we were given in the current position, then you are going to switch with the one of the corners, right? So we don't want that. Although there's no reason this should be. So then this space should know to switch you with that beginning position, with that start position, which is the position at the beginning of your movement, when you began the chain. So if there is no start position, so we're going to do that. So we're going to need vector2 start position. And so if that start position starts as null, if start, when you start a movement, yeah, when you start a movement, which is pretty much only when try movement happens. So if start position equals null, that's the only times, yeah, if the start position equals null, then start position equals, and this should be happened before. So let's just put it here. Start position equals, yeah, the position script int desired world position. Then we calculate the grid position based on the start position. And yeah, we do all that other stuff. So now we have a start position. We have to make sure that we put it back to null once the movement has been completed. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. I don't need to check if it's null because that's going to be every time that I try a movement, I'm going to set it. So yeah, just start position equals that. And then we can save it and we can use it for the other stuff. So then the corner is not going to fuck with it, right? Because the corners are just intermediaries. The spaces are going to need to switch the position, but instead of switching with the current position, which is what I'm doing right now, we're going to switch with that start position. Start position is a vector2, but actually it probably should be a vector2 of integers, so that we get it as a grid position. So yeah, so then here you're going to switch with this start position, no matter what it may be. So if you reach a space as the first thing, or after bumping into 27 corners, it's going to switch you fine. Then the end, when you reach the end, position script point desired world position equals new vector2. Yeah, it's just going to move you into the end no matter what, right? So then it doesn't matter. And then it plays the sequence, and if anything fucks up after that, then it doesn't matter because it's the end of the level anyway. So, like, the first thing that this sequence does is take control away from you and kill every scheduled move. So that's not an issue. So then we go into collectible. Man, I got 2 follows today. That's pretty good. Okay, so then if you reach a collectible, then you're going to get the component when collected, you're going to execute the collectible thing. You're going to add the object as a level generator. Instead, you're going to add a null object to the position of that collectible. Then you're going to switch between the position script in desired world position. Yeah, but actually in that case, I want to give you just the start position because all this other stuff that we've been doing hasn't actually affected the level generator at all. So as far as the level generator is concerned, which actually I probably shouldn't have called it a level generator because it does way more than that at this point, but you know, as far as the level generator is concerned, you're still at that start position. Also grid position, yeah, that works. And then here, the wall, that's the one that has to be concerned. Because that one has to return you to your start position. Well, actually, why did I just return you to their start position? Right? Like that. I don't understand how I was so utterly confused and lost before, and now I just get it. It really feels like my mind just decided to take a break for 5 minutes. Which probably means that Requiem was right. And I should have just gotten up and stretched a bit. Actually, I should have dinner. Yep, I'm gonna definitely do that after I fix these errors. So yeah, syntax error, comma expect. Wow, where is that? Line 36? No way that isn't just a typo. And then a semicolon in line 36. So you have right here, and line 65, I think it was. Right here. And yep, cannot implicitly convert vector 2 to vector 2 int, which is in line 63. Okay, so like, I mean, new vector 2, but then what's the issue here? I'm not asking you to convert it. Oh, yeah, no, right you are. Sloppy. Okay. Let's see if that works. So what we should get is the player moves into here, then bumps into the wall, and then returns. Okay, but we're not out of the woods yet, because we need to check whether it works in all the other combinations. So I'm going to try to do a bump into 2 corners, and we're going to see how that one goes. Levels terrain. Yeah, levels terrain. Ooh, hold on. One thing. I'm realizing something that I may have forgotten. Because this sets the scheduler to blocked, but then nothing unblocks it later, does it? Because the wall just unblocks it here. So when you bump into a wall, it's going to be unblocked. But when you move into anywhere else, yeah, when you move into anywhere else, nothing assures me that you're going to be unblocked. But then I can just do that then. So if you move into an empty space, you unblock the scheduler. If you move into an end, you unblock the scheduler. Actually, no, don't do that then. You move into a collectible, you unblock the scheduler. Because those are all situations in which I'm going to want to hand control back to the player. Right. So then let's go prefabs, resource prefabs. Yep, let's go prefabs and let's go to that test level again. Yeah. So now here I want this bottom to have, instead of a wall here, it's going to have one of these corners, then an empty space. Well, actually, first of all, let's test you with one of these corners, just so that I can test like a chain of corners, right? So first test. Right, it doesn't know what to do when the position to return into is the same as the one that it started, which makes sense because it's trying to switch itself with itself, right? It's bumping. Basically what's happening is that it's running here and it's running into case player and it doesn't know what to do because I haven't coded that. That's super easy to fix because I can just do case player. And this is actually just a generalized version of the thing that happens when you bump into a wall. Remember, when you bump into a wall, that is functionally the same as bumping into a corner that always returns the same space you came from. So really, this is the same as doing this. Now, if I wanted to be really neat and tidy with my code, what I would do is I would actually generalize that behavior, make all the walls into corners, give all the walls the corner script, and then just have it so that they don't have any open spaces, and then it would work. But yeah, what a pain in the ass. I'm not going to do that. That would make the code super neat and tidy and just make it really, computer. It would satisfy my inner computer engineer, I guess. Computer engineer? Computer scientist, really. It's one of those things that you do because it makes things. That's one of those things that I would call elegant. It's elegant code, right? Which is useless, but really satisfying to do. It's not useless. But it's just not the sort of thing you should be spending a lot of time into when you have a deadline, right? Okay, so something weird happened there. You switched. Oh no, he's trapped. Help him. Okay, so he switched. So, okay, switching with the thing at the lower left corner usually happens when you don't know what the fuck to switch with. So you're switching between start position and actual position. So your start position is set by this. So that's going to be the position where the player is at. Your actual position is going to be this, and this is set right because this is only set in the case when you bump into a wall. So right now it's 0, so it shouldn't be actual position. It should be start position and grid position. Those are the two that you want to change. They are going to be the same, but you know. It's like, again, if we're going to do the mathematics comparison, having those variables be named differently, or rather, actually, this is more like music. This is like the difference between a C and a B sharp, right? They are the same sound, but they're not the same note. Which is one of those things, right? It's one of those things that just sounds like you're bullshitting, but you're totally not. I'm not going to explain that one. I'm not going to explain it. If you know, you know. Wait. What? This is a polyrhythm? I didn't do that on purpose. What are the times? That's... hold on, 1 second. So yeah, when the player bumps into a thing is 0.2, and then the time in between commands... give me, where is it? Time between commands... Command. Schedule panel. Is... Alright, it's given by the SFX system. By the beat player is 0.4. No, it's not a polyrhythm. Why did it feel like a polyrhythm? 0.4, 0.2, right? Because it's half, right? So it's going to be, it's a quarter note. I could make it into a polyrhythm just by switching that to a 0.5. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I like how it sounds right now. Fine. Okay, so now we need to test another thing. We need to test prefabs, terrain. Yep, we need to test whether it's going to work when I try to switch into a space. So yeah, into a... Actually, rather than do that, let's test it with a key. With a key, and this key is going to just unlock spot 00, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's test it with a key, and then we're going to test it with the space immediately, because when you grab a key, it creates a space. Actually, I probably should make it a bit of a time that doesn't subdivide evenly. Because if it doesn't subdivide evenly, then it's not going to run into that case where it's going to be released on the same frame as a beat. Or... no, because that's still going to be inconsistent, so I don't want that. Yeah, no, I want to have it be subdivided a bit unevenly. So I want to make it so that the time for the player that the player spends in a little bump is less. That is not a division of 0.4, which is the time between beats. So I want to have it be, where is it? It's the player here. So the bump time should be 0.2, should be 0. Let's say 1.5. I don't want to make it slower, right? Because it did like that sort of that rhythm. So let's make it a bit faster. And so what do we get here? Okay, instead of 1.5, let's make it 0.25, right? So it's a bit faster, because that felt a bit too fast. The problem is that the sound effects layer on top of each other in a way that's not exactly pleasant. That's what I'm trying to avoid. This works wonderfully. This works wonderfully. Oh, okay, that's good. I was really scared for a second that I was going to have to rewrite the entire code, and then I guess I woke up. I am going to take that as my chance to take a break, but we are not done yet. I want to work next, and this part should be easier. I want to work next on a thing that will let me just a tile that you can step onto that will switch level, that will rotate the level, right? So that's what we're going to be doing next. Right now, though, it's time, not a bathroom break, it's just a normal break. Food break. I'm going to be eating food, that's what I'm going to be doing. So yeah, this one might take a bit longer, but I'll be back. Sit tight. Wow. Alright, so that's me done eating, and we're going to move forward to the next part of the game, which I'm going to call Topsy Turvy. Basically, it's just the tiles that make the world spin, right? Basically, that's the other idea that I have. You step into a space that has a little tile, and then that space is going to spin the world in either clockwise or counterclockwise. The thing that is going to be is a lot of data juggling. That's what that's going to be, right? I basically have to juggle this 2D array to turn it clockwise, which shouldn't be too difficult. I'm sure that I can just Google and there'll be an algorithm that I can just follow for that. But then the other stuff that'll make it work are going to be the actually difficult things. But for now, let's just fix this level that I mangled first. So this is going to be wall collectible. Yep, we're going to switch. Yep. So let's go into the level, go to the field. We're going to go into this row. We're going to switch the collectible and the player around. And no, actually, just put the collectible here. And empty wall, empty corner DL collectible. Yep. So this is going to be the end. This is going to be an empty. And then on the first row, this is going to be a wall, and this is going to be another wall. We don't need this data. Right, so what we're going to need then is a little button. So first, as usual, let's do the easy part first, which is the asset. But that's easy, it's just going to be a couple of arrows that spin. Like a recycle icon. So going to FF14, FF1. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Your discovery sources. Going to our grid. For this one, I'm going to just do 1 because the spin in the other direction is just going to be the same tiles but reflected. So image canvas size, we want to increase the height by 41, so 507, 8, 9, 10, 11, so 615. Then we grab these squares, copy them and paste them. And there we go. So this is going to be an icon that's going to look like is this good enough? I think that's good enough. So it's going to be white. It's going to look like this. Right? Just extremely easy. You can immediately tell what it's supposed to mean. So I grab this. Actually, I think I want it to be thicker. So let's do it 3. So like this. Just do it like this. And then I can grab this and I can copy it here, here, and here on a different layer, then make this layer semi-transparent, and then I can draw on top. So like, no, like this. Then like this, and like this, like this. And like this. So yeah, that's how you manage this art style. You get something that's close enough, but not quite the same. So when you switch between these sprites, they just start wiggling. Well, that's what they appear to do, right? So then we have this. So we're going to save this, and we're going to save it as a PNG. But without this layer. So here. Yes. Flatten it. Yep. Okay. Then we go into the Unity resource folder. We want to go into here, and we're going to replace this file. Then we are going to take this file, and we're going to go into the sprite editor, and we're going to do the slicing again. So it's 40 by 41. Apply. And then we have all of our assets, or we should. So then. This object is going to be very similar to the collectible. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to get the resources, we're going to get the prefabs. Yeah, we're going to get, we want to go into the prefabs, we want to create a new terrain prefab. That's what we want to do. So we are going to create one that's going to be, it's going to be based on this empty, just because that is the easiest one to deal with. So yeah, we're going to unpack completely, because we don't want this to be like a variant of the empty, and this is going to be the button. And then we're going to give it, first of all, we're just going to make it so that it has the correct sprite. So we go into here, and it's these four. So we're going to give it this as a base sprite, and these four as others, right? So then we are going to so now this is just a thing that can exist within the world. It's going to show itself. Right? So it has that arrow. So we're going to be creating a new tag for it, and this is going to be the button. And this is going to have that tag. So this is tagged as button, other things will recognize it as such. The idea is we're going to need to do reactions to it, but this is going to be special because when the player steps on top of it, the player should step on top of it, not switch places with it, right? So in order to do that, we are going to be giving it a empty spot as well, right? So prefab, terrain, empty spot. We're going to be giving it an empty spot. It's going to sit under it, right? This is going to be scale. So the idea is this empty spot is going to be invisible while it is down there. In fact, it's just going to be inactive. It's going to be inactive. Yeah, it's going to be inactive. And the idea is when the player steps into it, it is this thing, the button is going to react, but the player is going to switch places not with it, but with this empty, right? So we are going to need to give this button an awareness of this empty. So this button should have its own button script. That is just to hold that reference, right? Because it is the level generator that's going to have to switch the places of those two. Hold on. Thinking. How does the player grab the collectible again? When the player steps on the collectible? Bumped get component when collected, execute. Then add an empty grid object in grid position. Then switch places with it. Right, because the issue is that this button is going to be on the memory as a button. Ooh, you know what I could do is just have that button be there. Hold on, I'm thinking. Yeah, what I could do is have that button be there, but it's not actually in the memory. As far as the memory is concerned, there's just an empty there, and so they just switch places as normal. But the level generator remembers that there is a button in that position, and so it will transpose stuff, right? It'll execute the thing. So but how would we do that? Yeah. So the level generator, or rather each row, right? Because that's the way that works for the collectibles right now. Each row should have an awareness of the collectible, and why are there two? Collectible there, empty, wall, empty, end. We just need one. Yeah, so player, right. So so yeah, this is going to, we're going to pass one of these there. Then the row index is just going to be populated. Right, okay. So then we're going to need the row index to create the thing. So the row index for each object, yeah, if the slots tag is collectible, yeah. So else if the slots I point tag equals button, then we're going to do a little switcheroo. So slots I point tag is going to be equal to, no, not the tag. Slots I is going to be changed to instead hold the empty that gets created with that button. So actually we can just use this function. We can do level generator add object, not unloading the one previously there, but taking its reference off the grid. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. We want to add an object into that position, and that's just going to be the null object, which is the And the position is new vector to int. It is well, it's I on the X, but on the Y it is. Oh, hold on, wait, that doesn't work, does it? Because these rely on the thing being already. Does it? Let's check if it does. Prefab equals no, prefab equals empty prefab, row plus y equals runtime create plus prefab. Color script switch, color single, pause. Yep. So yeah, and the y position should be this object. Does create objects happen before? Yeah, does create objects happen before you place every row? You generate the puffs, you position the rows. And as you position the rows, you position the objects. Right, okay, so there's no guarantee that this is going to happen, so I can't just use that as reference. Because this happens at awake, but that is its own personal awake, so I can't just rely on that number. The sluts is button, then we can. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. No, because I can't rely on it happening before either. Then let's just do this. Let's do it on the level generator then. After the level generator has switched all the colors, then we're going to do the switcher rule. So then we're going to do scan buttons. So it's going to, this is a bit expensive, but it doesn't matter. Void scan buttons. And so what it's going to do is it's going to run just through the entire field for int I equals 0. Yep, it's the same as color system really, so you can just copy that. Like that. But except instead of grid, it is called rows. So rows point length, and then rows in the position I point length, point slots point length, and then you can check the tag, right? This is populated by objects of type yeah, get the element at the coordinate, get the sprite renderer component. Yeah. So get color position, so that's where I want you to. So you're checking through the row index. So to the elements inside of row index, which are all of type not game object, not yet, they are of type they are type game object. That's odd. No, they're a TypeScript world positioner. That's what they are. So yeah, so they're a TypeScript world positioner, but that's fine because we can just access it. So we can go to that element. So we can go check rows I, Well, let's debug it. Let's debug it so that I can double check that this is how I think it is. Debug point log rows position I slots position J point tag and print that to the console. Right? That should give me a list of all of the tags on the level. So basically, wall, collectible, player, empty, empty, wall, all that stuff. Console, the modifier public is not valid for this item. That's in row 33. 33, where? Row index 33. Public void position object. What? What do you mean? Oh. I don't think I modified this. No, I did. Yeah, I remember now. Right, okay. So we should be getting a list of all of the things. Oh yeah, that thing. That's just a little bit of trash that got left there. Yep, okay, that did give us everything that we want, so that's good. So let's just get rid of this. We don't want it to have an empty, actually. Okay. So then, no, don't. Okay, so then we want to check, right? So we're going to be checking all of the tags, right? And then if that tag equals button, then we want to do a thing. So if this tag equals button, then I want you to do a thing. And the thing that I want you to do is to do exactly this. We want you to add an object without deleting the previous object. So I want you to replace the reference to the object that is in this position. So new vector to int j comma I. Yep, j comma I, and the object is going to be null. And then this object, right? But before you add it, I want you to save this object. So you're going to have a variable that is a list. It's an array. No, it's not an array. It would have to be a list because we don't know how long it'll be. Right. So how do you create a list again? Oh, it's right here. Okay, so we're going to create a list. It is going to be a list of script world positioners, and it's going to hold. No, it's going to be a list of vector2. No, I do need the reference. So I'm going to need two lists. Yeah, I'm going to need two lists. Okay, I'm going to need a list of world positioners. That is going to be the button list. And we're going to need a list of positions that are going to be the positions that have a button on them. Then it's going to be button pause, and these are going to be vector to int. And so we're going to need to add a 1 to both of these. So we're going to need to take this button list, point add, and we're going to add the object that's in rows I. Well, we're not adding the object, we're adding the script, the world positioner script of the object. And yeah, and then we're going to need to do basically the same, but for this, but for the list of positions. Here the position that we're going to be adding is, actually let's just generalize that so that we don't have to create a new vector to both times. Vector to int is going to be position, it's going to be equal to a new vector to int that is j comma y. We add that position to the bottom positions, and we add the null object in that position. So then you're going to scan all the buttons and you're going to be doing that. So the idea now is that every time the player moves, we're going to check against the list of buttons, and we're going to do something when the player steps onto one. So but actually the player is the one that handles his own movement. So the player should be in charge of triggering that. It definitely should be done by the level generator, but the player should be the one to trigger it, right? So let's do that. Error semicolon expected in line 68. Right here. So let's do that. Let's get the player script and get it to trigger. Yep, okay. So now, let's go into the player script, which is the one that's right. Wish that you could keep these setting different per folder. Player script, player script, player script. Player moment, that's the one. So, when the player moves into an empty space, then before it switches, it's going to switch places, right? And then it is going to check with the level generator. It's going to ask it, hey, level generator, is this space a button? So void seek button, right? And it's going to receive a vector to int position. And so this is going to return a bool that is going to be true or false, depending on whether the thing that has been hit is or isn't a button. So then what you do is you for each vector to int in button position in the list of button positions, for each position to check, let's call it to check. So we're going to check for each coordinate in the list of button positions, check if the position to check, if to check equals the coordinate, then return true. And if you run through all of them and you haven't returned, then return false, right? And so player movement is going to call this function, so it has to be a public function, public. The player is going to seek whether there's a button in the position that it's trying to move into. So player seek button And the position to check is the position that you're trying to move into, so this one. Grid position is, I think, a vector to end, yeah. So yeah, seek that position. If the position is true, then I want you to do something extra. I want you to play a chord. So yeah, I want you to play a chord. I want you to play a chord. I want you to go here and do the play chord option. Otherwise, I want you to play the notes. Right? If you play a chord, then you should also wait a little bit, right? So then you're going to start a load turn timer. That is so that we have a bit of time before the thing turns around. So it's not so immediate, so it doesn't become jarring, right? So turn timer, so yeah. If turn timer is larger or equal to 0, that's to say that it's been set. Then turn timer, subtract time point delta time. If turn timer became less than 0 in that interval, then do the turny thing, right? Do the turny thing, which we haven't coded yet. So you're going to wait a bit of time when that happens. So turn timer, you're going to be setting it to bump time. Turn timer, you're going to be setting it to bump time. Bump time, yep. And that's what we want. Let's say that that's fine. And then bump time. And I also want you to lock the, if that's the case, then I want you to lock the scheduler, right? So here, unblock it. And here, lock it, right? Lock it, because it's going to be unlocked when the turn actually happens. So when the turn timer is 0, the first thing that you do is unlock the scheduler. No, we're going to give it a lock time as well. Load lock timer equals -1f, because I want to turn it and then to wait a little bit to unlock it, because otherwise it may turn a bit weird, right? So same thing as the others. If lock time, I definitely should have written I definitely should write a generic class for timers. That would be super easy to do. Yeah, I'm gonna do that for next project. Lock timer equal, it's larger or equal to 0f, and lock timer minus equals time point delta. Yeah, I'm gonna write a generic class for timers. This is such a pain in the ass to do every time, and it just makes the code look uglier, but it's not necessary. Lock timer smaller than 0f, and then you unlock the scheduler. Right. So from here, we're going to turn the lock timer on. Lock timer equals bump time. And so we're going to stay locked for a little bit longer than it takes to do the turn. So then, and here's where the data juggling comes in. We are going to need to create a new array. For the double generator, it's going to need to turn. And it's going to need to know whether it's turning clockwise or counterclockwise. And the way that it's going to do that is... Here's where Google can help me, because there's no way that there isn't an algorithm already figured out for turning uh, returning a or flipping an array 90 degrees, flipping an array 90 degrees, 90 degrees algorithm. The algorithm. How do you rotate a two-dimensional array? Yeah, this is definitely a question that's been asked. So you have 4x4 2. Okay, yeah. Say you have a 4x4 two-dimensional array. Write a function that rotates it 90 degrees. Raymond links to a solution in pseudocode, but I'd like to see some real-world stuff. Makes sense, but is there a way to do it better than n squared? What if the matrix was the... I don't care. How could you possibly get away with less than n squared? All elements must be read and set, and there are n squared elements. What's your n? You don't say if the 2-day array is square. It's not in the general case. A vector is a matrix with one dimension of 1. Yet you seem to imply that n is the width and the height, and have therefore n squared elements. It would make more sense to have n be the... Okay. Okay. How do you transpose an array? Transpose an array. Is there a method in C# to do that? C# array transpose. Yeah, that's the math term. Probably that I have a switch operation, and I can just do that, right? So... No, but I can't do that, because the array is going to be different size, isn't it? Yeah. Ooh, yeah, this is tricky. Okay, let's do a public void rotate, right? And so this is going to rotate us clockwise. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create the prerequisite arrays. So we're going to need to we need our max size. We have our max size, right? Equals new. This is a vector to ends, probably. Yes, okay. So it's a new vector to end. That is going to be just the inverse. So max size point y, max size point x, right? So now we have the max size that we want. So then we need to check all of the We're gonna need more rows. Or less. What components does a row have? If it has only one, then that's easy. Player movements. Yep, no overload for the play cortex and argument because it shouldn't have. It should just do this. Right. What components does the row thing have? It's only the row index. So, yeah. I'm going to need to create a generic row. So let's do just a row right here. This is going to just be an unpack you, just whatever at this point, unpack completely. And then you're going to be called just row. Right, and so you're going to be a generic one, so you have 0 things. You are also going to have to be changed a little bit. I'm going to have to give you a bool that is initialized, and it usually is going to be equal to true. But if initialize is not true, then I don't want you to do any of this stuff. So yeah, through row if initialize equals false, then return, and just skip that, right? Because the level generator, that just means that the level generator is going to do something for you. So then, what we're going to be doing in that case is we're going to need to create a new rows thing. So we're going to need to create something new like this. So just a generic thing of row indexes that is going to be called rows. And then for each of those rows, and each row is on the y, so for int I equals 0 until I is smaller than max size point y with I++, you're going to instantiate a row prefab that I'm going to give you here. Public game object row prefab. So you're going to instantiate that. Oh god, it's 1 AM. Oh god, I have class really early tomorrow. Oh shit. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I'm gonna leave this here then. And this is just gonna have to be how this is done. Yep, I'm gonna leave this here, and then I'm gonna yeah. Oh man, I really thought I was going to get to do this before the end. It turns out that rotating an array is a bit harder than I thought it would be. Let's save this, and let's just... Okay. That's been done for today. Thanks for watching. God damn, it's really late. I thought it's been 5 hours, man. Okay. Man, it's really 1 a.m. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. See you next time, etc. etc. Oh yeah, the one thing, it being really late and me having class tomorrow and having to be there the whole day means that I'm going to be finishing this while at school, which means that I'm not going to be able to even record it because I don't have access to OBS at school. Like, yeah, because my batteries are going to die. I don't want that to happen. So I will be... So yeah, I mean, if you were hoping for a final VOD, man, that's a shame. I was really hoping for a final. I would get to do the VOD at least until I finish the gameplay elements, and then I could put them all. And I'm not gonna be able to do that because, I mean, I could, but it's gonna feel a bit incomplete, right? It's not gonna be the end. Yeah, that means that if you're seeing the playlist on YouTube, if you're watching this on the playlist on YouTube, then this is just not going to be done. Like, you're not going to get to see... Oh, wow. Did any of what I say mean anything at all? What I'm trying to say is that me having to go to school tomorrow and having to finish this while there means that I'm not going to be able to either stream or record me finishing the game, which means that that's just not going to be on stream or on the Twitch, on the YouTube VODs that I upload later. So if you're watching this and wondering where's the last part doesn't exist. It's not going to exist. I'm sorry about that, and it's a shame. I wish that it did too, because I want to put this all in a time lapse later, and it's really a bummer that you're not going to see the game come to completion. But hey, I'm going to upload the full game on itch probably someday, so at least you're gonna get to see the full result. That's it for me today. Actually, see you next time. This time for real.